We're about 10 miles due east of the U.S. Capitol building at Northwest Stadium in Landover. Tonight, a good one straight ahead. It's the Denver Broncos and the Washington Commanders. Mike Tirico, along with my partner Greg Olson, it's Will Lutz, the kicker, who gets this started. Off we go on Sunday Night Football. Woo. And they will finally track him down, but not before he takes this to the other side of midfield.
Washington will take over first and 10.
Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Not something you want to see in the opening minute of the game. Now it's the Arizona product that is Corey Krusty-Merritt. And he'll get forward for a couple. D.J. Jones, the big defensive tackle, with the stop.
A 3-yard pickup. Brings up 2nd and 7.
Ball spotted at the 45. Here's 2nd down and 7. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. Hit as he throws, and it is incomplete. Just couldn't deliver that one the way he wanted to. Not really sure if there was much there anyways. We do know it'll be 3rd down. The gun, he'll throw. He'll try and get there on the ground. Carrying that ball loosely, and it is out. And fortunately, one of his teammates there to save him. He'll wind up getting enough to pick up the 1st down. They'll motion over Samuel. Now, faking the give, and he lost the football. And fortunately for the Commanders, one of their guys able to get back in there and retain possession. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. Not something you want to see in the opening minute of the game. Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. He'll look to throw. And that'll be in and out of his hands. It's incomplete.
They told us this week they were going to try to come out fast. And
sets up a
tell you what, that's exactly what they did. Put immediate pressure on this secondary and let them know, hey, all game long today, you better defend every blade of grass because we're coming out firing. And even though that ball falls incomplete, it goes a long way in setting up the rest of this game plan as the game unfolds.
And he'll get 6 on this one, moving it inside the 40-yard line.
Greenlaw on the tackle.
The defense is willing to just give up that run every single time. I mean, they're going to leave guys as far back as they can to protect the sticks. And in this case, flow to the ball, make an open field tackle, get off the field.
On fourth down, the Commanders going to send out their veteran Tressway to punt. The Broncos have Marvin Mims out for the return. Oh, how good was that? Out of bounds, and they're going to mark it at the 2. So the Broncos come out, and, Greg, they are led by their QB of the future. Found their guy with the 6th quarterback selection in the 2024 draft. Second season now for Bo Nix.
The coaches spend all week, Mike, drafting up their opening script. These are the plays that they feel the best with to not only attack the defense early, but try to get an idea of what sort of matchups they're going to see throughout the course of the game. Now, all of that is thrown out the window. None of the plays take into account snapping it this close to your own goal line. They've got to try to get themselves some breathing room, pick up a first down or two. That will allow them to get back on track, executing the rest of that opening script.
At the 2-yard line.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. Again, he loses the football near his own goal line. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Here's a 3rd down and 4. From the shotgun, here's Nix. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down.
And that's exactly how you teach it. They want these defenders to time the hit, that right when the ball gets there, you separate the receiver from the ball. And those are the ones on offense, man. You just have to make that catch, Mike. I know it's easier said than done, but you know the hit's coming. You've got to squeeze that thing, brace for impact,
and
make that play for your offense.
The Commanders offense ready now for their 2nd drive. They'll need to get something positive going right away here. Ball starts inside their own 1-yard line. Back to throw here to begin the drive. That pass taken in by McCoy. And he's going to take this up to the 17-yard line.
16 yards.
16 yards on the game, and a quick first down.
1st and 10 at the 17-yard line.
So think back to earlier in the week, Mike, and they told us they want to get him going here early and often. So I'd expect plenty of passes to head his way as this game unfolds.
Throwing now on 1st and 10. Oh, a short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. That's a pass you say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up 2nd down.
This pass rush is continuing to make their presence felt here in the early going, and for this quarterback, he's lucky to at least get rid of that ball because they were on the verge of recording their 2nd sack, and we're still here in the 1st quarter.
Back to the air again on 2nd and 10. And that ball incomplete.
Intended for
3rd and long obviously isn't an ideal situation to be in offensively. It makes you very predictable, which then places a ton of stress on your offensive line and your quarterback. So they've got to start being more productive in these early downs and set themselves up for more success come 3rd down.
On 3rd down, they'll set up to throw. Oh, and that throw not able to be pulled in. It's incomplete. Looked like he may have got a little ahead of himself there. And it's going to bring up 4th down. Here's Tress Way now, as he'll hit this from just outside of his own goal line. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and will come out to the 20-yard line. The Broncos offense ready to see what they can do on their second possession. They'll search for the first points of this game as they begin the drive on 1st and 10. They'll go play action with Nix. A throw on the move is caught. And he'll fight forward for a couple of yards, but a flag is down, and the linemen are already walking back. Garrett Bowles, the man flag there. Play action now. It's Hicks. He's going to be taken down, but there's a late flag in the backfield that might give him 15 more yards.
Automatic first down.
Off the play fake, here's Nix. And he'll just get rid of this. Smart play to throw it away. And that'll set up second down.
They just have to be more creative with their route concepts, Mike. I mean, there's nobody open, nowhere to go with the ball, and quarterback's just forced to throw that one away.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. On the ground, this is Harvey. And he's bottled up after a gain of a yard. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Third down and 9. Working out of the gun, it's Nix. And on 3rd down, that ball incomplete.
I think it would be a bit of an understatement, Mike, to say that this offense has come out today a bit flat. They haven't picked up a single first down through the first 2 drives, and barring a really aggressive decision here, they'll have to wait to their 3rd series to see if they can make it happen.
Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. And so far, not much has gone right. They've had it twice, they've punted twice. Looking to sustain something here on drive number 3. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Oh, maybe a free play as he'll look to throw it. A screen set up for Krosky Merritt. And mark him down up beyond the 30.
Offside. Defense.
Shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. First down throw there is incomplete.
Intended
And
for
that's another
Deebo
brutal
Samuel.
drop for an
Incomplete.
offense that has struggled to
It's
catch the
second down
ball
and 10.
up to this point. And yes, you can nitpick about ball placement and whatnot, but listen, the reality is at this level, if it hits your hands, you have to find a way to come down with it.
Back to the air once more on second down. And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver even knew what was going on. That's incomplete.
Brings up third down.
Seems like there was some
and 10.
miscommunication that time. They clearly weren't on the same page. That's something that they've got to get on the sideline and get corrected as soon as possible, because I think they just missed out on what could have been a big play.
On third down, they'll throw from the gun. This one just too far for the receiver, out in front of him. That one falls incomplete. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. On comes the punter now, as he's on to punt for Washington.
The Broncos take
back
over
onto the field comes the Denver offense.
20-yard line.
And so far, 2 drives, 2 punts, no first downs. Not a winning formula as they start drive number 3. Drive starts on the ground, and this is Harvey. Up the sideline at the 35. And he's out of bounds. It's a first down for the moment, but it appears it's not going to stay that way. That flag on the guard, Quinn Miners. They'll begin on the ground with Harvey. And that'll help a bit. They're still well short of the sticks. A solid pickup on that first down play.
Really nice explosive play there on the ground. And tell you what, for these fans sitting in the stadium, they're not used to seeing their home team pushed around. So continue to be physical at the line of scrimmage. Mix in the runs with the pass. And if they can continue to generate these big explosive runs, I don't think they need to go away from it.
And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. Here now, 3rd and 5. Now Nick's going to look to throw. He'll try to run for it. Carrying that ball loosely, and it is out. And the Commanders come up with the takeaway.
That was a great play by the defense, Mike. He got a little sloppy with ball security as he leaves the pocket. They're able to knock it loose and put an end to this drive.
The Commanders' offense ready to see what they can do. They'll begin with terrific starting field position. It gets going with 1st and 10. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Oh, and a short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. That's a pass you say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up second down. He'll drop to throw. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Dre Greenlaw.
Holding. Offense.
A first down throw for Nix. Now they'll set up the screen. Oh, he doesn't put it away, and the ball's out. And fortunately, this is going to get out of bounds, so possession does not change hands.
Retains possession.
A sigh of relief there. That was very nearly a turnover. Fortunate to see that one, Greg, get fumbled out of bounds.
And when that ball came loose, Mike, you could see the entire sideline kind of holds their breath. But they were able to take a little bit of an exhale as they saw that ball, fortunately for them, go out of bounds.
And they'll have it across midfield down at the opposing 46-yard line.
That's good for a
The screen works for 10 yards and a first down.
First and 10.
I always think you can tell pretty quickly how comfortable a quarterback is in their offense, Mike, by how fast they work through their progression and get the ball to their check down underneath. And in this case, with the depth of the defense, a lot of space in the short game, get them the ball, pick up the first down.
And good yardage there after the catch. They'll wind up with a gain of 7 on first down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Ball on the 39. Here's second and 2. On play action, he'll set up to throw. He's got his receiver. It's Cortland Sutton. And he's going to be taken down, but there's a penalty flag back in the backfield. Is it a hold, or did they rough the quarterback? Space getting tight here, down to the 13-yard line. They work first and 10. On the give, it's Harvey. And he's brought down after a gain of a couple. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Second down, 8 yards to go.
Watch him right there.
Back to throw is Nix. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think he'd be able to corral. He can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a third down. He was looking for Marvin Mims there.
Yards to go.
And it's going to be third down. To throw is Nix. And this is going to be incomplete. That No catch.
It's
And now fourth down.
I like the idea of taking your shot there on third down, pushing the ball downfield, looking for the touchdown. But now as it brings up fourth down, you're already this close. You're in field goal range, but do you keep that offense on the field and try to maintain possession and see if you can come away with 6?
The kick
Rutz's kick is good.
The score,
and the Broncos will take a 3-0 lead.
It's always a little bit of a letdown, Mike. You find yourself deep in the red zone, and you have to settle for a short field goal like that. In this case, he's able to put it through, and they get 3.
So after the field goal to open up the scoring, the kicker's back out for this kickoff. This taken in at the 8-yard line. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line.
24-yard line.
The Commanders' offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10. Start the drive with Krusty Merritt. And showing a little versatility as he takes this one forward up to the 34. Pickup of 9.
10 yards on
This is one of those cases where having high-end speed in the backfield can be such a game changer. The offensive linemen don't need to hold their blocks quite as long. You give this guy a little bit of a crease, and man, he is gone.
Now this is going to be a design run. They let him keep it. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Line of scrimmage is the 37-yard line for 1st and 10. Gets a quick throw over to Samuel. Down the right sideline. And he will go all the way. Deebo Samuel. Touchdown, Washington. A terrific job all the way around, especially after the catch, Greg, to take it to the end zone for a touchdown.
I'm just so impressed by the acceleration of this receiver, Mike. He catches what is a short pass, and he's able to turn it up the field and take it all the way for 6. That is an impressive play, run after catch.
Jake Moody for the extra point. He's got it, and the Commanders move out to a 7-3 lead.
Makes the score. Commanders 7, Broncos 3.
So, following that touchdown, Moody is back out to kick it off. On the return, here comes Marvin Mims. And he's brought down right at the 25-yard line. The Broncos offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. They'll do so with 1st and 10. player was able to get in there. He was. So Denver keeps possession of the football.
Now, obviously, there's never a good time to fumble the ball. It's probably the thing that teams stress the most is ball security. But it makes it a little bit easier knowing that your own team was able to fall on top of it, and at least you can maintain possession.
That one just too far out in front, and it's incomplete. Troy Franklin, the intended target. And it'll be third down.
Protecting the ball anytime you throw the ball in the middle of the field is obviously critical, right? That's where tip passes, that's where all sorts of stuff happens when you put the ball in harm's way. But you also have to protect your receivers. There's a bit of a trust back and forth where the receivers say, hey, I'm willing to go across the middle and compete for the ball. But now you're my eyes. You have to protect me and make sure that the location of the ball doesn't run me into a big hit.
Defense.
They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. On the give, this is Harvey. He'll struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe he gets a yard out of that one. It's 2nd down. Throwing is Nix. Oh, he couldn't set his feet, but he completes it anyway. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up 3rd down.
A 2-yard pickup brings up 3rd and 6.
They'll throw. It's Nix. He's got his tight end. It's Ingram. He's going to have that 1st down. Gain of 6 as they convert on 3rd down.
These are the play calls, Mike, that offensive coordinators use to just get their quarterback and their passing game into some sort of rhythm. Easy pitch and catch, get the ball out of his hand, see a completion. These typically, as the game goes on, lead to bigger and bigger gains.
And he'll get it back to midfield. That's it. No gain on the play.
You want to see linebackers play downhill, Mike, meaning there's not a lot of side-to-side pursuit. They're attacking the line of scrimmage, attacking the ball carrier. That's exactly what we saw out of this guy here. He's able to make the stop at the line of scrimmage and keep it to no gain.
Now, a 2nd down throw for Nix. He'll be hit as he throws this time, and it's going to fall incomplete. And he might be fortunate just to avoid the sack, and it'll set up a 3rd down. From the shotgun, here's Nix. This one down the field, but lined up incomplete.
And this passing game continues to come up short these last couple plays. That's 2 consecutive incompletions in a row. Now they're staring 4th down right in the face.
Here's Jeremy Crawshaw now, as he's on to punt for Denver. The Commanders' offense headed back to take over once more. The lead sits at 4. So they'll try to add on to that. This drive begins with 1st and 10. The bootleg. He'll look to throw. That's swung out to Koski Merritt. He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3.
It's a pickup of 3. brings up 2nd and 7 at the 23-yard line.
From the 23, here's 2nd down and 7. Now, faking the give. Oh, a loose football. It's picked up by one of his teammates. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. They'll look to throw. He's going to air this one out. That is incomplete. Well read that time defensively, making it difficult downfield. And that's going to bring up a 4th down.
The offense just couldn't seem to get anything going that drive. They knew they had a long way to go, taking over possession that deep in their own territory. You want to pick up that 1st down and see if you can capitalize some momentum. Instead, the errant throw brings up 4th down, and they're going to have to punt it away.
To return, it's Mims. That's a nice job of making things more manageable for this offense as he takes it back beyond the 25-yard line.
At their own 27-yard line.
After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. It's a 3 tight end look as they have it 1st and 10. All right, with Harvey. And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Ball on the 30 now. Here's 2nd and 7. From the shotgun, it's a give up the middle. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 10. 1st down, Broncos.
That's good for a Broncos.
And these are the explosive runs that open everything up. There's all this conversation about the value of the run game, but when you take a look at the best running teams, Mike, it's not necessarily how many yards they run for. It's how many big plays do they generate on the ground. And when you can generate big plays on the ground, it makes everything so much more difficult for the defense.
Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Here's 1st and 10. They'll stay on the ground. This time the sledding becomes a little more difficult. They're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. From just across the midfield stripe, here's 2nd down. Here's Nix to throw. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's one you'd think he'd be able to corral. Can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a 3rd down.
3rd down and 9
Even though it doesn't result in a sack, when you dial up the right pressure at the right time, Mike, sometimes that's all it takes to lead to that incompletion. The timing is just a little off between the quarterback and his intended target, and the ball falls incomplete.
And he lost the football. And no turnover here. One of the guards able to get the football and get on it to keep possession. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Here's their punter now. He's on to punt it for the fourth time tonight.
Washington takes over
The Commanders' offense ready to come back out for this next possession. They'll start out first down and 10. Right away, they'll set up to throw. He's going to look for the home run ball. And a nice return will set them up in good field position right at midfield.
They'll take over.
Now, after the interception, we have an injured player to look at. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. Boy, some bulk in the formation on that right side here for first and 10. They'll turn and hand this one off. And he finds some space, tackled after a gain of 7 on first down. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. From the 42 now, here's second and 2. Back to the ground, he'll get it again. And he is stopped in his tracks. Loss of a couple on the play. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Third down, they need 5. Throwing, Nix. That is incomplete, but there is a flag
Personal
down.
foul. Roughing the
Big
passer.
call here. It was third down. Set to go now on first and 10. Now they'll set up to throw. That one down the field, but it is incomplete. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. 2nd and 10. He'll look to throw. And that one is incomplete. Penalty flag down. Back
Holding.
in the
Offense.
backfield in the area of holding. On 2nd down, it's Nix. And unable to connect there. It's incomplete. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Third and long. Working out of the gun. It's Nix. That is incomplete, but there is a flag
Personal
down.
foul. Roughing the
Big
passer.
call here.
Defense.
It was 3rd down. Back to the ground after the penalty. This defense all over this one. They get him down behind the line. It's a loss of a couple. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. Last play went the wrong way. It sets up 2nd and long. It's 2nd down and 12. Blitz coming. He'll throw it. That one out of the reach of the receiver's outstretched arms. It is incomplete.
Mike, when you're completing less than 35% of your passes, you're just not going to win a lot of games in the NFL. He's just too erratic throughout the course of the game. Sometimes it's exactly how they practiced. And at other times, it looks like they've never practiced at all.
Nix from the gun on 3rd down. Here's a shot toward the end zone. And that is incomplete. Cortland Sutton, the intended receiver. And it's going to lead to 4th down.
Every so often, Mike, you can see these offenses, and it looks like the passing game gets a little bit too predictable. And as the defense continues to flood the back end of these zones with extra defenders, they're continuing to force this quarterback to not only make some difficult throws, but to put the ball in harm's way.
And that's going to run out of steam. It comes up short. No good. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Back to throw here to begin the drive. He finds the veteran Ertz. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. From the 34-yard line, here's 2nd and 9. Back to throw. Oh, a lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around, but it falls incomplete. He was trying to hook up with Deebo Samuel that time.
And 9 yards
and it's going to bring up a 3rd down. A shot downfield for Samuel. And that is incomplete. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Here's the punter now, as he'll come on to kick for the 5th time here tonight.
The Broncos take
the Broncos offense are ready to take over once more. They'll begin with 1st and 10. They'll begin here on the ground. Nice gain here. He's going to be marked down at the 35-yard line. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Ball out to the 35-yard line as they come up for 1st and 10. Not much happening there, just a short gain.
The ball carrier. The tackle made at the 36-yard line. A gain of a yard brings up 2nd and 9.
Ball on the 36 now. Here's 2nd and 9. Now Nick's going to look to throw. That's going to be incomplete. Coverage very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force 3rd down.
Yards to go.
Evan Ingram, the intended target. Now it's going to be 3rd down. He'll drop to throw. He'll take a shot with Mims. That is incomplete. Great work to get in there. Make things difficult defensively. It sets up 4th down.
I think as the offense comes to the sideline now, the quarterback and his wide receivers need to get together and say, hey, guys, what are you seeing out there? How can we find some open targets? Because on that last down, there was nowhere to go with the ball.
Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. To begin the drive, and it's Koski Merritt. The ball comes out. The Broncos say they have it, and yes, they do. Knicks now on 1st and 10. And that is incomplete, but there is a flag down into the play, backed by the quarterback. Let's see. There's Sutton.
Complete to number
And no
13,
chance to turn
Cortland
and
Sutton.
go. That one good
2
for
yards
just a
on
couple.
the pickup. It's second.
This is one of those
and 8
throws where you're
at the
hoping you do most of
13-yard
the
line.
damage after the catch, but give credit to the defense. Once that ball was caught, they were on him quickly, and there was nowhere for him to go after the catch.
Up the middle they go. And he nearly got
Tyler
free.
Beatty, the ball
But
carrier.
as it is,
Percy
gain of 6.
Butler on the
And it sets up third down.
A gain of 7
And as of right now, they find themselves
And it's
trailing at the
third
moment, but it's
down.
certainly not because of the ground game. I mean, he's averaging over 4 yards per carry. Just hasn't been enough to overcome some of their shortcomings elsewhere.
Trying to pick this one up on the ground. A flag is down. It's a gain of a yard.
Offense.
But let's check the call. So a much more difficult scenario now. It is 3rd and 10. And that's going to be incomplete. But now a marker comes flying in late behind the line of scrimmage. Might we get a roughing the passer call here? What a critical flag. Roughing the passer. It sets up 1st and goal. Following the penalty, he'll run it. And he gets to the outside and he takes it in. Tyler Bidet. Touchdown, Denver. Greg, they take advantage of the good field position and move it downfield for the score.
When you take the field as an offense, there's a little added confidence boost, Mike, when you see yourself this close to the end zone. You get into the huddle, you're anxious to see what the next couple plays are. They're able to take advantage and end up punching it in.
Will Lutz now for the PAT.
The two-point attempt is no good. That keeps the score. Broncos 9, Commanders 7.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Debo Samuel going to get a chance to return it. And he is stopped.
The Commanders take
25.
over first and
Drive
10
will begin there.
at their own 25-yard
The
line.
Commanders offense headed back out along with the guy who goes by Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Will try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10. They'll run with Krosky-Merritt. He'll work this ahead for 2, maybe 3. John Franklin Myers there on the stop. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. The training staff going to look and will step out for a moment. From the 29. Here's 2nd down and 7. Krosky-Merritt to run again. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. And that's it.
Dre Greenlaw on the tackle. A 1-yard gain. Brings up 3rd and 6.
3rd and 6. A shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. Has his man. It's Samuel. And he's down inside the 40-yard line. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. He's got his man downfield. It's Debo. And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They've got it inside the 15. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. They can still get a first down at the 1. 1st and 10. They go from the 11. In the red zone now. He'll drop to throw. Oh, and a short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. That's a pass you say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up 2nd down. Terry McLaurin, the intended target on that one. And it'll be 2nd down. To the air one more time. There's Hurts. He's got it right side. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up 3rd down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Remember, they just need to get to the 3 for a first down, but this is 3rd down. And he lost the football. The Broncos have it. Talk about a big swing there. The offense was driving past the red zone, looking to score. Not only does the defense stop them, Greg, they get the ball back and they improve the field position with a nice fumble return.
And what a change of events. You find yourself defending your own side of the field, and next thing you know, you scoop. For a minute, it looked like there was going to be a score, but either way, after running out of gas, he sets his offense up in a great situation.
The Broncos offense back onto the field for their next possession. The lead is 2, and they're going to try to make something happen here, starting with a 1st and 10. Short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. That's a pass you say he should have had. Incomplete. Instead, he does not, and it brings up 2nd and 10.
And it was really the pressure that threw that play off, Mike. I mean, he tries to counter the blitz by going to the quick game, which is fine, but it just seemed like they weren't necessarily on the same page and results in a drop.
2nd down. Nix. Back to the sideline and intercepted. Picked off by Quan Martin. And he will be taken down, but there is a penalty flag down. A silly penalty may erase the turnover. second down on what should be the final play of this first quarter. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Ball on the 40 now. Here's second down and 9. They'll stick with him again. And it'll be taken down at the 25-yard line. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. First and 10. They'll go play action with Nix. And that is incomplete. Took a shot here at the end of the quarter, but it comes up incomplete. The Broncos in possession of the football to begin the second quarter. They've got it with a second down and 10. Draw play here for Harvey. And you'll get them 5 yards closer, but now third down coming up. Throwing is Nix. The defense comes up with a play in the red zone. Those active hands get to the quarterback, knock it out, and they come up with the recovery.
Mike, we see this from time to time down here when an offense is operating in the red zone. The field shrinks, coverage gets a little bit tighter. Quarterbacks tend to hold the ball a little too long, and that's exactly what came back to bite him right here.
He's closing in on 200 receiving yards for the game, and we haven't hit halftime yet. A definite storyline to follow closely. Maybe adds to it here as they embark on this next drive. The motion man here is McLaurin. They'll start by going forward with a pop pass. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Second and 7. Up the middle, Krosky Merritt. He's taken down just shy of midfield. Give him 14 on that one. Good for a Commander's first down.
First down.
The trend around the league, Mike, is that we've seen that running back has really turned into a young man's game. And there's something to be said for having some fresh legs, fresh out of college. They love the dynamic ability this guy brings to their rushing attack, and it's clear why.
On the zone read, Krosky Merritt will take this down to the 47. That's the safety, Talanoa Hufanga on the tackle. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Ball on the 47-yard line. Here's second down and 5. Right side, pulled in by Samuel. A big play there on second down, but we do have a flag on the field. And that's in an area where usually this play gets erased. And he's going to be forced out of bounds. Still plenty of work to do. Third and long coming up.
That has to be a disappointing end to this drive. Just think, when they took the field on this possession, Mike, they're thinking they got a shot to go down there and take the lead, but they couldn't even get to midfield, let alone the end zone. If they end up getting another shot before halftime, they've got to find a way to have better execution than they did right here.
The Broncos take over.
The Broncos offense. And they're running back, set to go once more. The drive begins at the 20. Here's first and 10. Play action now. It's Nix. It hangs up a bit too much. It's intercepted. That's the safety, Percy Butler. And he's going to give his guys a short field to work with and a chance to take the lead.
And this is what comes when you decide to attack outside the numbers. You have to have a quarterback that's A, willing to make tough throws, and B, the arm strength to do it. He has the arm. I just think that one was a little too reckless, and they end up with a big interception.
The Commanders' offense headed back out, along with the guy who goes by Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. They'll start with a golden opportunity here to move out in front. Great field position to start out. It's first and 10. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. And for the third time in this first half, he's been intercepted. Picked off by P.J. Love.
Mike, there's usually such a comfort level when the guy playing quarterback behind center is a veteran. They've seen a lot of ball. You can trust them to make good decisions. And then every once in a while, one just gets away. And that's just simply a bad ball, a bad mistake. And you're not going to get away with it at this level.
The Broncos offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. The play fake. Here's Nix. Now here's another ball that's intercepted. That's the safety, Percy Butler. And he's going to give his guys a short field to work with and a chance to take the lead.
The Commanders take over.
The best way, Mike, for a defense to fake these bad throws is don't allow the quarterback to throw the ball to their first read. By the time he gets to the third or fourth read, in this case, the defender has already put himself in position, jumped that route, challenged the receiver, and that's a big-time takeaway.
The Commanders' offense ready to take over once more. They'll start from the plus side of midfield, looking to possibly take the lead here. It's 1st and 10. Now, faking the give. A hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up second down.
Jones on the coverage.
The whole idea of the play-action pass, Mike, is that you can slow the pass rush down enough that it allows longer, slower developing pass concepts to open up downfield. But in this case, they were on him so fast that by the time he got his head around, that ball needed to come out. There was no timing and ultimately led in an incompletion.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense.
They'll look to throw. Over the middle. He's got McLaurin. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line. So the penalty sets up this offense for 1st and goal. And here's Krosky Merritt. He slowed up quickly as he gets this down to the 6. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. They need 6 for the touchdown. 2nd and goal. And he just does get that one away. He was being chased down, forced the awkward throw. And maybe he's fortunate that all it is an incompletion.
I think at some point for this quarterback, he has to start looking some other directions. I mean, he's tried to get the ball now to this guy multiple times, and all of them have resulted in incomplete passes. I'm not saying don't throw it to him in the future, but maybe get yourself a couple easy completions elsewhere before you...
To the end zone, it's intercepted. Picked off by the defender.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's position. Being able to get himself to a spot, to get his hands on the ball, and a chance at that pick. Mike, when that ball was thrown, me and you are sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, they force a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
The Broncos offense, and their running back getting ready to go back to work. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Maybe a little more conservative approach following that interception on the last drive. With nobody open, instead of forcing it downfield, he just throws it away, and you can tell he's trying to avoid another costly mistake.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. From the shotgun, here's Nick. He'll get about 6 before he's taken down.
Complete to Evan Ingram. A 7-yard gain on the play. And it's third down.
Third down and 3. To throw is Nix. And for the third time in this first half, he's been intercepted. Picked off by Quan Martin. And he won't be able to take it all the way in, but that is a great return, and they are set up first and goal.
Sets up a first down and goal at the 8-yard line.
Here's a run. Some room to run as he takes it down to the 2-yard line. After that play, we have one of the commanders who is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. From the 2 now, here's second and goal. McNichols trying to push the pile forward, but he's not going to get in. They stopped him up short.
The thing that stands out to me about this defense, Mike, is they just make you earn everything. They don't concede any downs. You see it here on this last play. Great job here. No gain. Forced third down.
Throwing here on third and goal. And that is incomplete. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. So Jake Moody
now for the
out
field goal.
For the field goal.
A 19-yard attempt.
It's about as short as you can get. Moody's kick
The kick
is good. And the Commanders are going to move out in front.
Commanders 10.
You know, I think it's safe to
Broncos
say
9.
here, Mike, as this offense leaves the field, they wanted to stay out there and go for it. But I think in this case, the coach is playing the long game. He understands that these 3 points now can end up being very valuable as this game moves along.
Moody comes back on the field after making the field goal. He's set to kick off. On the return, here's Mims. He'll be brought down right around the 25-yard line. Back onto the field comes the Denver offense. From the 25, they'll go to work. First and 10. On play action, he'll set up to throw. He'll take a shot with Mims. And that's going to wind up incomplete. However, we do have a flag down. Potentially very big call here. Working out of the gun, it's Nix. He connects with Mims.
Nix's pass complete to Marvin Mims. An 8-yard gain brings up second down at the 23-yard line.
On second down, it's Nix. Now they'll set up the screen for Harvey. And he'll be taken down all the way up past the 45.
It's
A gain there of 23 yards. Good for a Denver first down.
Really nice job there, Mike. I mean, he sees the blitz coming and just gets the ball out of his hands. Understand where your outlets are. It results in an easy pitch and catch and move the chains.
And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Here's 1st and 10. Throwing. Nix. And this will be incomplete, but there's a flag back in the backfield where the quarterback is. They may have got him after he released the ball. For a gain of about 5.
The ball carrier. He's taken down at the 17-yard line. A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4.
They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4. Again, it's Harvey. And the Broncos are going to have 1st and goal, trying to finish off this drive with a touchdown. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. They've got it at the 8. 1st down and goal. Out of the gun, he'll run up the gut. And he's in! Tyler Bidet. Touchdown, Broncos. His 2nd TD of the game, and this one gives his team the lead. What a standout performance early on in this one. That his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game.
And some backs, Mike, they just have a sense of finding the end zone and being able to finish off these runs. That's exactly what this guy has been able to do today, and we're just getting started.
Will Lutz
for the extra
point after.
Oh, he missed another one. Another missed extra point. 2 thus far tonight.
Will Lutz to
so
kick
now
off
after
for
the touchdown,
Broncos.
Lutz going to send this one away. This is fielded inside the 5. He'll work his way across the 25-yard
takes
line.
over 1st and 10.
The Commanders
At their
offense
own
ready to get back
27-yard
at it.
line.
yards.
He was brought down at the 28-yard line. 1 yard gain brings up 2nd and 9.
Ball on the 28-yard line. Here's 2nd and 9. Off the play fake. He'll look to throw. And that's going to be incomplete, but a flag down in the backfield.
Holding.
That's the area we usually see holding. Laramie Tunsil, the big tackle, flagged there. They'll throw out of the gun. And that ball in and out of his hands. It is incomplete. Might tell you after the game he should have come up with that one. He doesn't, and now 3rd down comes up. Before the snap, there is movement up
Ball
front.
start.
This sequence not going as planned. Back on the guard, Sam Cosme. The task now, a really tough one. 3rd and very long. He'll drop to throw. Oh, for the 5th time, he is intercepted. Picked up by Patrick Surtain.
I think when he goes back and watches this film, that's certainly going to be a ball he wishes he could get back. He puts a little too much air on it, and they're able to make a play, and they get themselves off the field.
The Broncos offense, and their running back set to go once more. They've got the lead, and they'll set forth trying to build on it. They're going to do that with excellent field position. From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. On the zone read, this is Nix. And nice work there. Go into a slide and gain about 7.
7-yard pickup.
And these are body blows on any defense. This quarterback has the ability to make guys miss and do a lot of damage in the run game. And that's a nice pickup there.
From the 32-yard line now, here's 2nd and 3. Flags coming. Looks like there was movement on the right side of the O-line. So, from the 37, here's 2nd and 8. Straight ahead goes Harvey. And not much there. Good defense. Held to no gain. After that play, we have one of the commanders who is down. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. They need to get to the 29 here, facing 3rd down. Back to throw. In, over, under the flash, and he lost the football. And no turnover here. One of the guards able to get the football and get on it to keep possession. The Broncos bringing out their punt as this drive quickly stalled out, so he's on to punt it away. And we will not have a return here. This one angled out of bounds. Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. throw here to begin the drive. That pass taken in by McCoy. And he'll be taken down all the way up past the 45.
That's good.
Great way to start the drive. A gain of 20 and a first down.
First and 10 at the 47-yard line.
We've really seen both teams have a lot of success moving the ball throughout this entire first half, and just seems this possession is going to be more of the same as they start this drive.
Blitz coming. He'll throw it. This one not quite on target.
Mariota's pass.
And too much. That one falls incomplete.
And when you look down the field, Mike, there's just really nobody creating any real separation. And instead, he tries to give one of his guys a 50-50 contested catch opportunity. But with the coverage as tight as it was, it just falls incomplete.
That's a good throw over to Samuel. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up third down. After that play, we have one of the commanders who is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Here comes 3rd and 6. They'll motion over Samuel. On 3rd down, they'll set up to throw. He gets this complete to his rookie 4th-round pick. They get 19 on that pass play. First down, Washington.
First down. First and 10 at the 30-yard line.
Anytime you're facing a zone defense, you're working from your first progression all the way through. But when guys are open in this level, Mike, they don't stay open very long. So what they taught us as receivers, if you're open, stay open. And if you're not open, you better get open quick because that ball is coming out.
That's caught. It's Chris Rodriguez. Nice gain on first down, but the penalty flags come in. And the question now, will the play stand? Here's Rodriguez. He is met and dropped. A couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, too. After that play, we have one of the commanders who is down. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. And that's going to wind up incomplete. Pressure certainly impacted the quarterback there. Couldn't get his arm all the way through. And it's going to bring up a 3rd down. To throw. And he'll just have to throw this one away. There was nowhere to go downfield. And now it's going to bring up a 4th down. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment.
press
The
way
Commanders
in punt
about to
formation for
send this one
Washington.
away, as they'll say no to the long field goal and hope to pin them deep. And this will go down as a punt inside the 20 as it continues out of bounds. The Broncos offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. The lead is 5 as they're going to start with this first down. Drive starts on the ground, and this is Harvey. The problem's continuing. He coughs it up again. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout.
Will Lutz
So
to
after
kick
that
off for
safety,
the Broncos.
it is a free kick, and that comes from the 20.
A gain on the play.
The Commanders' offense
And
ready
the
to take over
Washington
possession of the
first
football.
down. 1st and 10 at the 35-yard line.
From the 35, it's 1st and 10. A run here with Rodriguez. And he finds a little bit of space. He'll take this forward for a gain of 4. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Ball on the 40 now. Here's 2nd and 5. A run here with the veteran. It's Austin Eckler. The flag is down. It's a gain of a yard.
Offense.
But let's check the call. They run this straight ahead with Eckler. Well, that helps. It's going to be a much more manageable 3rd down, getting some good yardage on that 2nd down play.
A gain of 11.
And we're starting to see the fruits of their labor paying off here. I mean, they've used this run game to throw a bunch of body blows throughout the entire contest. And while some of the carries didn't result in much at the time, it's clear they're starting to take its toll on this defense.
They'll throw here on 3rd and short yardage. Open man, left side. He's got it. And he's going to have the 1st down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on 3rd down.
First down.
He's in a really nice rhythm here on 3rd down. He appears very comfortable operating out of the gun, and he's able to find his man near the sideline, and he's able to extend this drive.
Out of the gun. They give it to Eckler. And he'll get forward for about a yard. Dre Greenlaw in on the tackle. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Just shy of midfield. Here's 2nd down. They run it once more with Eckler. He'll move the pile forward. Let's give him a couple. John Franklin Myers there to make the tackle. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. This is 3rd and 6. He'll look to throw. And that is incomplete.
Johnson's pass intended.
I think he predetermined that 3rd down throw, and even though the coverage was tight, he still tried to fit the ball in there anyway, and it ended up falling incomplete. I think if he goes through his progressions and has a little bit more trust in his protection, I think there's an easier throw to make out there.
The Broncos take over first
offense, getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. Remember, they have the safety go against them last time they had it. Fortunately, the defense forced the punt. They'll try again as they start on 1st and 10. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Play action now. It's Nix. Throw here down the field. Will fall. Incomplete. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Throwing is Nix. He will air this out. Looking for Sutton. And this will be incomplete. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Two incompletions to start the drive, and it leads to 3rd down and 10. Now Nick's going to look to throw. Oh, and that throw not able to be pulled in. It's incomplete. Looks like he may have got a little ahead of himself there. And it's going to bring up 4th down.
And that's what you call a wasted series. They come out here and they decide we're just going to air it out. 1st, 2nd, 3rd down. All 3 incompletions. And now it brings up 4th down. And barring some crazy decision here to keep your offense on the field, you're going to find yourself right back on the sideline.
Oh, he landed it at the right spot. Just had the wrong spin. He goes into the end zone, touchback. And the ball's coming out to the 20-yard line. The Commanders' offense and Marcus Mariota set to take over once more. And he has done everything you could ask of him coming into this one. He spread it around, hasn't taken many chances, and potentially on his way to a big game throwing the football. They'll run to begin the drive with Fleur. And he'll manage to get this ahead for a pickup of 5. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. So, from the 26-yard line, here's 2nd and 4. They'll motion over Samuel. Little quick pass to the receiver heading left. Oh, great job anticipating the play. Running it down for no gain.
Brought down right.
Well, you can tell that the defense had seen that play on game tape, and they were ready for it. They tried to do a little jet sweep, pop pass out of the gun. Defense was all over it. Nowhere to go, no gain.
It's 3rd and 4. Now they'll set up to throw. Oh, a loose football. And no turnover here. One of the guards able to get the football and get on it to keep possession. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. The Commanders set to kick this one away, as he'll have to hit it from his own end zone.
The Broncos take over first and 10.
The Broncos offense getting their final instructions before heading back onto the field. They lead by a field goal as they go to work with a first and 10. They'll go play action with Hicks. That's swung out to Harvey. And he's brought down after a gain of
Personal
6
foul,
on first
roughing
down.
the passer, defense.
They'll begin here on the ground. The ball comes out. They go 3 tight ends here on first and 10. And they're going to bring him down, but there is a penalty marker on the field.
Offense.
They'll look to throw. The ball's out. The Broncos have it. And there it is. The defense comes up with the big play, forcing the fumble as they get their offense right back on the field. Coming up, Greg, with a big turnover.
Taking the ball away, Mike, has really become an art form in the NFL. Some teams are good at it, some teams not so much. But in this case, great job by the defense taking that one away.
Back onto the field comes the Denver offense. They'll have a short field, looking to build on the lead. On first down, it's Harvey. And he'll get 2 on this one before being taken down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. From the 43, here's 2nd and 8. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage.
He was
Nothing
taken
more.
down behind the line of
Anytime you run a draw, you're hoping the linebacker reads pass and starts dropping into his pass coverage. That's what creates space for your running back to get going. Well, not this time. The linebacker saw it from the jump. He's able to penetrate in the backfield and take the runner down for a loss.
Next, from the gun, on third down. And that is incomplete. Contact occurred just as the ball was arriving. There are no flags. It's fourth down. And the Broncos bring out their punter. They'll kick it away.
For the Broncos. The punt is blocked. Makes the score Broncos 15, Commanders 12.
The Commanders offense ready to take over once again. They'll begin with great field position, a short field in fact, as they start with a first down. Side of midfield. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Last play went the wrong way. It sets up second and long. It's second down and 12. The shotgun snap. He'll look to throw. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up third down.
To Terry McLaurin. That's a gain of 8. Makes it third and 4.
Incomplete. Looked like he may have got a little ahead of himself there. And it's going to bring up fourth down.
We're starting to see a lot of this on third down, Mike, where they're going to rely on the run after catch to pick up these third down conversions. You know what that depends on? You have to actually complete the ball. And in this case, it falls incomplete, brings up fourth down.
And no return. How good is that? Backs him up all the way to the 2. The Broncos offense ready to get back to work. And they're going to hear it from this crowd. They're backed up deep as they start first and 10. They'll begin on the ground with Harvey. And he'll get about 5. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. They'll come up here on second down and 5. To the left side, into the hands of Franklin. And it'll be a short pickup. That's not enough for the first down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Here's 3rd and 2. Trying to pick this one up on the ground. And he will have a Broncos first down. They're able to convert by plenty on 3rd and 1. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. It's a 3 tight end look as they have it 1st and 10. They'll stay on the ground. This time they're ready for it. Room to run the last snap, not this one. They stop him for no gain. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. Here's a 2nd and 9. Off the play fake, here's Nick. He's got a man. He's hit after the catch, and the ball comes free. And the Commanders come up with a takedown. And so much for a nice gain through the passing game. Not finishing the play, fumbling the football, and the offense has turned it over, Greg.
Mike, give credit to the defender here for not quitting on this play. They just give up a chunk play in the passing game. He stays after it, and instead of just making a simple tackle, he attacks the ball, knocks it loose, and creates a big takeaway for this defense.
The Commanders' offense make their way out to take over once more. They'll start really in field goal territory already, but they're looking for more. Offense got it 1st and 10. And remember now, all turnovers must be reviewed by
Previous
replay.
play is under
So this
review.
one is going to need a little closer look. At issue was the knee or any other body part except the hand down before the ball comes loose. And are the visuals convincing enough to overturn the call on the field?
After review of the play, the ruling on the field is reversed.
So that one overturned. They say the runner was down, and that will not be a fumble. 2 minutes to play in the first half of a 3-point game. We'll be back just outside the nation's capital after this. So, 1st and 10 here now at the 38. From the shotgun, here's Nix. He'll be hit as he throws, and that one will wind up incomplete. Could not step into the throw that time. It'll bring up 2nd down.
Up until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on 1st down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in 2nd and 10. Do you keep it in the air and try to get the 1st down here? Or is the idea to just make 3rd down manageable and take your chances picking up a key 3rd down?
A 5-yard pickup on the play. And it's 3rd down.
Here now, 3rd and 5. Working out of the gun, it's Nix. Down the field, but it falls incomplete.
Well, not exactly breaking news here, Mike. They got speed on the perimeter that just not a lot of teams in the NFL have. So even though that ball falls incomplete, I think they have to continue to do it. Continue to pressure this defense and make them defend the entire field. Because as they're worried about him running by them, there is a lot of space open underneath.
Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over.
At their own 20-yard line.
He'll start this drive by keeping it himself. Oh, he's hit behind the line, and the ball is out.
You know, it's amazing, Mike. That guy still end up fumbling the ball because I can tell you from experience, the first 15 minutes of every offensive practice is ball security circuit. And that could be a combination of multiple things. How to go to the ground without getting loose to the ball, almost like the art of falling. It could be running over bags or through bags as guys take swats at the ball trying to knock it out. There are so many ways to simulate what the game is like because at the end of the day, if you want to win in the NFL, protecting the ball is the #1 priority, and it cannot be stressed enough.
Short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. That's a pass you say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up second down.
I feel like their quarterback, for the most part, has looked pretty solid. I mean, it's everybody else that seems to have let him down with the drop balls and the mistakes. That's really what's killing these drives.
Now, a second down throw for Nix. Taking off. And he'll take this one in. Bo Nix. Touchdown, Denver. The defense comes up with the coverage, but they cannot keep up with the speed as the quarterback scrambles to the end zone for the touchdown.
And down here in the red zone, Mike, is where I think a quarterback's legs can be the most dangerous. The defenders are trying to match backs, match tight ends and receivers, but often it's the quarterback that has no one assigned to him, and in this case, he's able to capitalize and run it in himself.
Here's Lutz now for the extra point. His kick is good. And the Broncos add on one more as they extend their second quarter lead. So now after the touchdown, Lutz going to send this one away. Samuel going to see what he can do. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. The Commanders' offense getting set to get back to work
at their own 29-yard line.
Begin with a zone read. The ball comes out. And fortunately, this is going to get out of bounds. So no turnover, and it's actually going to wind up a first down.
Bring it up. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Here we go.
Out of the gun, he'll throw. Forced to his right.
You know, Mike, nice job here by the quarterback just understanding on these early downs, you just don't want to go backwards. So he's able to avoid the negative play, pick up a little bit, and mostly avoid the sack.
2nd and 5. backfield.
Defense.
Did they hit the quarterback late? Throwing now on 1st and 10. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. The Commanders will signal for the first of their timeouts, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half.
At the 45-yard line.
Second down and 3. He'll drop to throw. And he'll be forced out of bounds, but there is a flag down. And we'll check in with our referee. He gets it to Samuel, left side. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Halftime is looming, so the athletic training staff going to get a chance to look him over during the break. Third and 9. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Got to give a lot of credit here to the coverage unit, Mike. There was plenty of time for the quarterback to work through his progression. I thought the protection was actually pretty solid. But at the end of it, there was just nowhere to go, and he had no choice but to just throw that ball away.
We're about ready now for the punt. And not the greatest of results here. This is going to hit the field of play and continue
at their own 24-yard line.
The Broncos offense going to get it one last time here late in the opening half. Their lead is 10. They go back to work, try to add to it. It begins with 1st down. Here's Nix to throw. That's caught by Harvey. Now a timeout, Denver. That's their second. As it comes to 22 seconds remaining till halftime.
It's now 2nd and 6 at the 28-yard line.
Here's a 2nd and 6. Throwing. Nix. That one down the field, but they cannot connect. And it's incomplete.
Every team has those vertical shots, Mike. They're on the call sheet, and they feel like they can get behind the defense. I think that was one of them, and just couldn't quite connect downfield because he had pretty good separation.
Here comes 3rd and 6. This time they stay on the ground. It's a gain of 10 yards. 1st down, Broncos.
A gain of 10 yards.
The Broncos going to signal for their 3rd and final timeout as they stop it with 13 seconds to play in this opening half.
And the Broncos 1st down.
Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. To throw is Nix. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
And for all the interceptions that he's thrown this game, kind of wish he would have gotten the message sooner. If it's not there, just get rid of it. Sometimes the best play in football is don't try to force it.
We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. They'll throw. It's Nix. Oh, loose football. And no turnover here. One of the guards able to get the football and get on it to keep possession. Halftime coming up. We'll get you now to Scott Hanson and our EA Sports Halftime Report.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to the Orlando studios. Scott Hanson with you for a quick halftime report. We'll let both sides catch their breath and get their orange wedges as we're going to get ready for the third quarter action. So let's go back out to the stadium as we rejoin our broadcast team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson.
Scott, thank you very much. We welcome you back on EA Sports for quarter number 3.
Jake Moody to
First
kick
half
off.
played out a bit as we expected. We'll see if there's a surprise coming up. Both teams set to go, and the second half is underway. They'll get this up past the 20. That's where they'll set up shop.
The Broncos take over
After
first
that
and
play,
10
we have one of the commanders who is
22-yard
down.
line.
As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. So first and 10 now. They'll start from the 22. On the ground, this is Jaleel McLaughlin. And a good job following his blockers. A gain of 7. It'll be second down.
It's a gain of 8. Brings up second and 2.
Following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Now a third and 2. Back to throw is Nix. He'll take a shot with Mims. And that one's incomplete. They really ratcheted up the coverage there. And they force fourth down.
So you have to imagine this offense goes in at halftime. They're feeling pretty good about the position they are, especially knowing they possess the ball coming out for the second half. You want to put together a great drive and add to the lead. No time to be conservative. No time to just sit on this ball and punt. You want to keep the pressure on the defense and score every time you get it.
After that play, we have one of the commanders who is down. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Right away, they'll set up to throw. Now a shot downfield for Samuel. And the Broncos will have great field position right around midfield.
The Broncos.
Now after the interception, we have an injured player to look at. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. A run now with McLaughlin. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. Second and 10. Back to throw. That's the fourth time tonight he's been intercepted. And the Commanders have excellent field position as they take over right at midfield.
Mike, it's very simple in the NFL. You're just not going to win a lot of games when you're losing the turnover battle to this degree. And it's their struggles protecting the football. They've continued to hurt them here today, and that's why they find themselves trailing at this point in the game.
Back to throw here to begin the drop. That one too far out in front to be brought in. And it's incomplete.
Brings up second and
They tried to
10.
go with the quick game here in hopes they could do something with it after the catch, but I don't think everyone was necessarily on the same page, and this ends up being a wasted down.
From the 50, he'll set up to throw. But the ball comes out. One of his teammates is there to pick it up. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. So, backed up after the sack, and now it's third and long. He'll look to throw. And that is incomplete. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. So, as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. So it's fourth down. They'll call on the punt team. As this drive went backwards, he's on to kick it away.
The Broncos
offense starting to try out for this next possession. Going to be looking to possibly push this to a 3-score advantage. Work to do on this drive. First and 10. They'll run. This is McLaughlin. And he'll get nothing here. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. They'll try again here. Second and 10. Throwing is Nix. They'll set up the screen to McLaughlin. And And he's got this up close to the 35-yard line. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. From the 34 now, it's 1st and 10. Play action now. It's Nix. Looking down the field there, but it falls incomplete.
It's been a bit of a pedestrian game for this quarterback and ultimately this passing game here today, Mike. And I know they all would have loved to connect on that deep throw. I think that stat sheet would have looked a whole lot different, but just a little off in their execution and leads to an incompletion.
On 2nd down, it's Nix. There's a screen from McLaughlin. And he'll be out of bounds after a gain of 9. They'll go about trying to convert on 3rd down.
Let's give some credit to this offensive line. Once they identified the blitz, you could see them communicating with one another to make sure everybody is on the same page. And that's what gave the quarterback enough time and found the open man.
They'll try to sneak it here. Trying to find any seam he can, but the push too strong in the middle. He didn't get there.
It's 4th
down.
And now this brings up a tough situation, Mike, because even if they were going to consider going for it on 4th down, how do you do so when you couldn't even manage to get a few inches on 3rd down? Disappointing result for them on that play.
Broncos.
Special teams on the field, ready for this punt. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and will come out to the 20-yard line. The Commanders' offense makes their way back out to the field for their next possession. The deficit is at 10, so an important drive forthcoming, getting started with 1st and 10. But there is a penalty marker on the field.
Offense.
They'll look to throw. That's going to be incomplete. Coverage very stout there. That's going to bring up 2nd down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Now they'll set up to throw. Behind the line, and the ball is out. And it will be another turnover as this defense does it again. In the pocket, looking to throw the ball, but the defense was looking right at the ball. They knock it away and come up with the turnover.
Mike, we see so often a quarterback is so focused, keeping his eyes down the field, looking for one of his receivers to work himself free, that they lose track of where the defenders are. And I think that's exactly what happened here. The defender closed on him quicker than he might have thought, knocks the ball loose, creating the takeaway.
On the ground, and he'll take this down to about the 7. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. second down. Nix. That one's incomplete. Good coverage there. Made it uncomfortable for the receiver. Couldn't hang with it, and it brings up third down.
He's got to find a way to hold on to that one. I mean, you're right on the doorstep of the end zone. And listen, I understand that hit is coming. But guess what? That hit's coming whether you catch it or not. And you get paid to make the difficult catches.
The pressure gets going. He's lost the football. One of his teammates there to take it back in.
Holding offense.
Let's go, baby. I feel you, dog. You better talk to your boy. Yeah. You better talk to your boy. Have a good test.
The task now, a really tough one. Third and very long. Now Nick's going to look to throw. That's to the end zone, but just too far out in front. That one's incomplete.
And barring an aggressive decision here on fourth down, it just seemed like a really wasted possession to go 3 and out, not able to pick up a single first down. Not only do you not able to gain any field position advantage, it really takes a lot of the wind out of your sails as you find yourself jogging off the field and the punt team coming on.
What's his kick?
The kick is
good. And the Broncos will extend their third quarter lead.
Commanders 12.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
So following the field goal, Lutz is back out to kick it away. Samuel going to see what he can do. And he's brought down right
Washington
at the 25-yard line.
At their
After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. From the 25, they'll go to work. 1st and 10. The motion man here is McLaurin. And a short pickup past the 25. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. So, from the 26-yard line, here's 2nd and 9. That one just too far out in front, and it's incomplete. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Third down and 9. Blitz coming. He'll throw it. That's McLaurin open on the left side.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, baby. Let's go to work.
1st and 10. Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. Oh, the ball's out. And it will be another turnover as this defense does it again.
By the Broncos.
Well, the ball comes out, and the scramble for it, it ends up becoming a turnover, and the offense walks off the field disappointed with that fumble.
Mike, when you look at a stat sheet at the end of the game and you want to determine which team wins and which team loses, at the top of the list is ball security. Which team does a better job protecting it, and which team does a better job taking it away.
On the zone read, this is Nix. Probably should have given that one up. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Off the play fake, here's Nix. He'll take a shot with Mims. That one knocked away. In the end zone, incomplete. What a good job locating the football by the defense where it matters most. And it'll bring up 3rd down now.
Go with him, go with him.
From the shotgun, here's Nix. Again, working deep downfield. And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
Incomplete.
I just don't like the look of this passing game, Mike. It just seems a bit erratic. On top of the 2 straight incompletions, they've already turned the ball over through the air. And truthfully, with how dangerous some of these throws have been, they're lucky it hasn't been even more.
And no chance of a run back here. This one's going to sail out of bounds. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. So here's a 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 24. The drive starts with a carry by Eckler. He's going to force his way for a yard or 2, but looks like this one's going to be coming back. Through the air, connecting with Debo. And he will be forced out of bounds, but there is a flag down. And we'll check in with our referee. And that is incomplete. But there is a flag down into the play. Back by the quarterback. Let's see. take this forward for a couple. It'll be second down.
It's now third down.
And they should consider themselves lucky. You can't let a pass rusher through that quickly and not expect there to be consequences. Fortunately, they're at least able to fall on it and prevent this from being a complete disaster.
Throwing now on third and long. That one too far out in front.
Intended for Jalen Lane.
Missed opportunities like these are a big reason why they find themselves down double digits here in the third quarter, Mike. Points on this possession could have gone a long way towards making this game competitive. But instead, poor execution, especially in the passing game, and it's another wasted drive.
Take it in, back at his own 12. And he'll get something there on the return, able to take this back to the 20-yard line. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. The drive begins at the 20. Here's first and 10. They send Sutton in motion.
Here they come, here they come, here they come.
He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
So you find yourself playing with a 2-score lead. Of course, it goes without saying, Mike, you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. The primary reads weren't there. Works through his progression. Move on to the next play. And just throw that ball away.
Now, a second down throw for Nix. That one out of the reach of the receiver's outstretched arms. It is incomplete.
Let's call it for what it is, Mike. I mean, right now, this team is winning in spite of him. Certainly not because of him. And what's really concerning is that's the most important position on the team. And if they are able to hold on and they do pull this game out, it could wind up being one of the most poor performances we've ever seen in a winning effort.
Oh, for the 5th time, he is intercepted. Picked off by Frankie Luvu. Now, after the interception, we have an injured player to look at. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Now on first and 10. He'll be taken down after a gain of 2.
He was tackled at the 27-yard line. A gain of 2 brings up second and 8.
Ball on the 27. Here's second and 8. They'll motion over Samuel. We'll get this inside the 20, a nice run. They're in the red zone. It's first down.
A gain of 9 yards.
Well, here's where you really see the value of having a good run. Third and short, fourth and short. The ability to just keep it simple, win up front, turn around, hand the ball to your back, and to say, okay, more likely than not, we're going to get a fresh set of downs, maintain possession, and now continue to find opportunities to go generate points.
Over on him in a flash, and he lost the football. The Broncos have it. Inside the 30. And he returns this all the way. Touchdown, Broncos.
Touchdown, Broncos.
And Greg, you talked about it all week. Not just stop them with the defense, but make impact plays, and that is as big a play as you can ask for.
Yeah, and across the league, Mike, this continues to be a huge point of emphasis. Every defensive coach starts practice with takeaway circuits. How can we find ways to take the ball away? In this case, they force the fumble, scoop, score, 6 points.
So, after the fumble return, they'll bring the offense out and go for 2.
The Broncos will line up.
He's trying to pick this up with a run. And I don't think he got there. He did not. They mark him short. The try for 2, unsuccessful. So now, after the touchdown, Luck's going to send this one away. Samuel going to see what he can do. And he'll bring it out to the 22-yard line. That's where the offense will take the field.
Will take over 1st and 10.
After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. They'll go play action here with Daniels. And that ball incomplete over the middle.
Intended for Jalen Lane.
Dropping a catchable ball is one of the worst feelings. It feels like the entire stadium is laughing at you. And all I know is, firsthand, you just want to get another opportunity to put that one behind you.
Daniels to throw on 2nd down. The blitz gets there, and he lost the football. And no turnover here. One of the guards able to get the football and get on it to keep possession. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. That's not going to work at all. He'll manage to get back to the line. That is all. It is 4th down. They're all set to punt this one away.
For the Commanders.
As he'll be standing just inside the back line of the end zone.
The Broncos take over.
The Broncos offense ready for this next possession. They've definitely outplayed their opponents to this point in the 3rd quarter. Might be looking to grind out some 1st downs and chew up some valuable time on the clock. A run here. It's McLaughlin. He'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage.
Tackle made at the 21-yard line. A gain of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 9.
From the 21, here's 2nd and 9. They'll stick with him again. He's going to force his way for a yard or 2, but looks like this one's going to be coming back. We'll go play action with Nix. He's got a man downfield. It's Mims. And they're going to get this all the way up close to the 40-yard line. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. As the athletic training staff looks at him, We'll step away for a moment. So, from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10. Nick's going to keep it on the zone read. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. So, as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. That one out in front of his big target. They cannot connect. It falls incomplete.
So there's a sense of urgency with these RPOs, especially in the NFL game, because your linemen, they're thinking it's a run, so you can't allow them to get downfield. So that's where this quick decision-making from the quarterback is so critical, and the timing of this one just wasn't quite right and falls incomplete.
He's going to keep it himself. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Third and 9. Runner shotgun. It's still. He finds Mims. It's complete. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Down, they'll run it on the draw. He'll try to get back to the line, but it's not happening. Gonna lose a yard. Now, following the play, we're gonna get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment. Last play went the wrong way. It sets up 2nd and long. It's 2nd down and 12. That's gonna be incomplete. But now a marker comes flying in late. Behind the line of scrimmage. Might we get a roughing the passer call here? So they move inside the 20. 1st and 10 at the 18. A run with Dobbins. To the pylon, he's in. Hey, Dobbins. Touchdown, Denver.
Broncos.
Greg, nothing changed at halftime. They come right out to start this 3rd quarter and pick up where they left off.
Well, I think this defensive coordinator is going to think back to his halftime speech, Mike, because whatever adjustments he thought they made, it obviously didn't resonate. What we saw happen in the first half, they picked right back up here to start the 3rd quarter, and at this point, the offense has hit its stride, and they continue to pull away.
Will Lutz
for the extra
point after. The
He knocks it through. Broncos will extend this third quarter lead.
Commanders 12.
So now after the touchdown, Luck's going to send this one away. Samuel going to see what he can do. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive.
Take over first and 10.
After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. The tight end Ertz in motion. Oh, a loose football. And it will be another turnover as this defense does it again.
And remember, Mike, we had a chance to talk to the defensive coordinator just the other day, and he told us very clearly, one of our paths to victory is by creating splash negative plays, and that turnover certainly qualifies. And big plays like that. Now get the ball back to your offense and see what they can do.
It's first down, and they'll run. And he'll plow forward for a gain of 4 yards. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. Second down and 6 now from the 26. Working out of the gun, it's Nick. The ball comes out, and the Commanders come up with the takeaway. They send a receiver in motion left. And he'll get about 3 on that one. It'll be second down. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. From the 31, here is second down and 7. Now here's a keeper on the zone read. And he's going to have just a couple here, but there is some worker on the field as well. Slot man in motion right. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. 3rd and long. From the shotgun, it's Daniels. He'll try and get it. Carrying that ball loosely, and it is out. And it will be another turnover as this defense does it again. The quarterback was on the move, starting to gain some yards, but then he lost the ball. And the fumble's recovered by the defense.
And early on, Mike, it was actually a really good job by the quarterback, extending that play, getting some positive yards with his legs. But he decided not to slide and give himself up. He takes that hit, loses the ball, and now the defense takes over.
The Broncos offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. They start with the lead and the football. They do so with tremendous field position. It's 1st and 10. Here's Dobbins. And a good run there. Going to get him 5 yards. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. So, from the 25, it's 2nd and 5. On the ground, here's Dobbins. And not much there. Good defense. Held to no gain.
25-yard line. It's a gain of a yard. And it's 3rd down.
It's 3rd and 4. They'll go play action here with Stidham. That is incomplete, but there is a flag down. Big call here. It was 3rd down. On now, it's Will Lutz to try the field goal. This a 42-yard attempt. And that's going to run out of steam. It comes up short. No good. And they are not able to add on to their big lead.
12.
They're just trying to extend the lead here, and this is definitely one they're going to want to have back.
The Commanders' offense ready to get back at it. They're in need of points in a big way as they set out on 1st and 10. Off the play fake, here's Daniels. Going for it all. That is knocked away. Incomplete. Good coverage there. Defensively all over him. And it'll be 2nd down.
And you don't earn the reputation this guy has, Mike, without having some really elite ball skills at your disposal. I mean, he's universally considered one of the best corners in the entire league. And when he makes plays like this, it's pretty easy to see why.
On 2nd down, it's Daniels. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Third and 5. Throwing is Daniel. He'll try to run for it. Carrying that ball loosely, and it is out. And it will be another turnover as this defense does it again. Well, he certainly turned that into something on the move. Downfield, looked like he was gaining yards, but then loses control, and the defense comes up with a turnover.
Early on, Mike, it looked like it was going to be a really good play by the quarterback, turning to his legs, getting some pretty good yardage with his feet, but then he failed to not only protect himself, but mostly protect the ball. Defense is able to put a hit on him, jar the ball loose, and now they'll take over after the big takeaway.
He'll give it to Dobbins. And that'll be a pickup of 3.
Taken down at the 43-yard line. 4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6.
From the 43, here's 2nd down and 6. And this will be incomplete punt. There's a flag back in the backfield where the quarterback is. They may have got him after he released the ball. We'll go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10. Now it's Dobbins. And he'll take this forward for about 3. It's 2nd down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. From the 24 now, here's 2nd and 6. To throw, it's Stidham. They set up the screen for Dobbins. And that's a 1st down. It will be a gain of 8.
It's a gain of 8. And the Broncos 1st down. An 8-yard pickup. 1st down, Broncos.
Give up the middle. Not much to speak of on that one. Maybe a gain of a yard. It's 2nd down.
Taken down at the 14-yard line.
In order to be successful as a run-heavy offense, like, it's so important that you remain really efficient on 1st and 2nd down. The last thing you want is to be in 3rd and pass, and it really throws off what you feel like your strengths are. So now you get down here in the red zone, it's got to be touchdowns. These long, sustained drives on the ground, you kick a field goal, that's a win for the defense.
Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. It's going to be 3rd. They need 1. They'll try to sneak it here. And he's going to have the 1st down. Just past the marker.
It's a gain of 2.
It is 1st and goal.
That's good for a Broncos.
When done correctly,
down.
Mike, this is just such a high percentage call. It's kind of hard to choose another play off your call sheet. It's impossible to defend. You can know it's coming, stack the box, whatever you want to do. But most of the time, they'll just drive forward and pick up the 1st down.
No handoff. He'll keep it himself. And this one ruined quickly. Take him back to the 5-yard line.
It's a
loss was definitely not something they had accounted or budgeted for in this spot. And now, I think it really limits. What do you feel comfortable dialing up here on 2nd and goal?
Back to the 5-yard line now. 2nd down and goal. Operating from the gun, it's Stidham. And that one is incomplete. Penalty flag down. Back in the backfield, in the area of holding. The task a bit tougher as they face second and goal. Following the penalty, he'll run it. And he gets this one down inside the 10, but it will set up third and goal. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. This is the 8th play of this drive, and it's third and goal. Throwing is Stidham. He pulls it in around the 5. And the drive stalls out as he's brought down. And the field goal unit likely to come on here on 4th and goal. What a critical flag. Roughing the passer, it sets up first and goal. He's got it at the 3. And he's in. Pat Bryant. Touchdown, Broncos. Here's Lutz now for the extra point.
After.
And he missed it. It's no good. One of the few things that's gone wrong so far. So they're unable to add one more point onto this big lead. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. So now after the touchdown, Lutz going to send this one away. Samuel going to see what he can do. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line.
On the return.
After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down.
At their own 26-yard line.
As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Play action. Here's Daniels. That's into the hands of Lane. He's got it. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. From the 33, here's 2nd and 4. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. That one down the field, but it is incomplete.
Initially, a nice job by the receiver. He actually was open downfield. He was able to get behind the defense, but the window closed up so quickly they couldn't get the ball to him. Prevents the big play.
Here's a 3rd down and 4. The man in motion is Burks. 3rd and short, and it's Daniels. Oh, and that throw not able to be pulled in. It's incomplete. Looked like he may have got a little ahead of himself there, and it's going to bring up 4th down. Special teams out to the field, ready for this punt. And he didn't get the check he was hoping for on that one. That goes into the end zone, and it's a touchback.
20-yard line.
Back onto the field comes the Denver offense. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. A play fake now. Stidham puts this out wide to Dobbins. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
Roughing the passer, defense.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, baby! Let's go, boys! Let's go! We're going to smash mouth football here, baby!
They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
Right at the line of scrimmage.
Mike, so often we see when a draw play is called, so much of the success depends upon what look do you get from the defense. In this case, they dial up a blitz. It could be feast or famine. In this case, it's famine. The blitz runs right into the draw. They get stopped. No gain.
Stidham to throw on 2nd down. Throw here down the field. Will fall. Incomplete. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Here's a 3rd and 10. Working out of the gun, here's Stidham. He's going to let this one go deep. That's hard. That long one's going to bring them 1st and goal. He is brought down at the 5-yard line. Dobbins. And he'll fight forward for a couple of yards, but a flag is down, and the linemen are already walking back. That one on the former Notre Dame star, Mike McGlinchey. Now it is 1st and goal. Back to the ground after the penalty. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, if that. But there is a flag on the field. And that is in the area where usually someone was held. He'll give on the ground. And this is going to be a big loss. He kept retreating, looking for an escape hatch. Found nothing. And they get him down well behind the line.
The key to great defensive line play is the get-off. When that ball moves, how fast can you get off the ball and get into the backfield? That's exactly what we saw here. Quick read, react, get off the block, take him down for a loss.
The catch made there by Sutton. Now a flag comes in. It was thrown by the umpire. The pickup is 4, but usually that's a holding penalty. Here now, second down and goal. They'll run it with Dobbins out of the pistol. And he'll be taken down, but now a long way to go on third and goal. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. And as the medical staff looks him over, we'll step aside. Third and goal. Throwing is Stidham. Oh, the ball's out. The Commanders come up with it inside the 20. And he is going to bring this one back. It is a fumble recovery for a defensive touchdown. Greg, what a terrible play for the offense. You're trying to gain some momentum. Here you not only lose the handle of the ball, you hand the defense 6 points.
And Mike, how often do we see that when a player loses the ball, his confidence is not far behind? And I think in this case, that's where the coaching comes in. Put your arm around him. Hey, we're giving you the ball in this next possession. We believe in you. They've got to get this player back into the flow of the game after that back-breaking turnover that led to the defensive touchdown.
Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. The training staff going to look, and we'll step out for a moment.
Jake Moody
So, following
to kick
that
off.
touchdown, Moody is back out to kick it off. This one taken at the 7. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Play fake. They'll throw with Stidham. And he'll be run out of bounds. It's a good game. On first down, they pick up 7 yards.
There's no more efficient play in the NFL, Mike, than the play-action passing game. And you can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass, and he's able to pick up a nice gain to his tight end.
From the 35, here's second down and 2. They'll turn and hand this one off. It'll be brought down as we tick towards the end of this third quarter. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. So as they look at the injured player, we'll take a timeout. They'll look to pick this up, 3rd and a yard. They'll let the fullback try to push the punt.
Illegal block in the back. Offense.
So, from 3rd and 2, back them up to 3rd and 7. Stidham. It's picked up by one of his teammates. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. So we are through 3. And Sunday Night Primetime continues after this.
And
now the punting unit will come up.
For the Broncos. Washington will take over.
The Commanders' offense ready to see what they can do. On 1st and 10, here's Daniel. And that is incomplete, but now a penalty flag.
That's interference.
In late. He might have been caught with his hands in the cookie jar. Give, it's McNichol. And we'll mark him down just shy of the 40. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That, not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. So, from the 39, they come up on 1st and 10.
You ready to spin? You ready to spin? Check the call, check the call.
The man in motion is Burks. Now Daniels throwing on 1st and 10. And good yardage there after the catch. They'll wind up with a gain of 7 on 1st down.
Great example of first down efficiency. You don't always have to go for the big play. But put yourself in a friendly 2nd down. Now you have equal opportunity to both run and pass.
From the 46, here's 2nd down and 3. Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. The ball comes out. And it will be another turnover as this defense does it again.
Jaden Daniels sacked. A fumble on the play. Recovered by the Broncos.
The Broncos offense ready to see what they can do with this next possession. This one appears to be safe in hand. It has been a clinical performance to this point. Now they'll try to finish up strong. Play action. Here's Stidham. That ball flutters to the ground. It's incomplete. Fortunate there wasn't a defender right there in the area. Could have been a turnover. Instead, it brings up 2nd down.
And once he got his head around, he realized he was in danger. I mean, luckily, he was able to get rid of that ball before it turned into a negative play.
Now, faking the give. And the pressure will get to him. He goes down. There is a flag there on the play. I think that's going to be holding on the offense. Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. They send Sutton in motion. Oh, the ball's out. One of his teammates is there to pick it up. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. On 4th down, out comes the punter, as he'll hit this from just outside of his own goal line. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. First down. Daniels rolling to the left. And he'll get about 4 yards before wisely covering up. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Here's a 2nd and 6. Moore going in motion. Daniels to throw on 2nd down. He'll find his receiver, Chris Moore. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the 1st down.
That's good for a Washington.
So there's a saying in the NFL, Mike, short throw, long catch, and that's exactly what they wanted to go with here. Operate in the quick game, don't stress the protection, and while he didn't get necessarily the big play, he does get enough to move the chains.
They'll go play action here with Daniels. And caught down the field is Burks. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Set to go now on 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Daniels. Reaching for it, the tight end couldn't bring it in. It's incomplete. Trying to connect with the veteran Zach Ertz that time.
It leads to 2nd and 10.
And it'll bring up 2nd down.
I think the biggest issue and why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the ups and downs of this passing game. At sometimes, he's highly accurate and efficient, but at others, he just misses too many easy throws. Question is, are they going to be able to overcome this quarterback inconsistency and pull this game out?
And he'll just bite the bullet and throw this one away. That was a good idea. Didn't force anything there. But now it's going to bring up 3rd down.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way. Live to play another down.
On third down, he'll throw with Daniel. Oh, a loose football. And fortunately for the Commanders, one of their guys able to get back in there and retain possession.
Yard loss.
So even though they avoid the turnover, this is still a play that they're going to coach hard off of. They're going to bring guys into the meeting room next week and say, hey, guys, we're not always going to be so fortunate. The ball is not always going to bounce our way. Anybody who handles the ball from the center to the quarterback to any of the ball carriers.
And he lost the football. And it will be recovered by the offense, but ultimately doesn't matter because this is going to be a turnover on down. A handoff as they try to run it here. Trying to find some place to go, but nothing developing. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 1. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. They'll run for the first time with their fullback. And he's able to find a crease, get ahead for 7. He'll bring up 3rd down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Here's a 3rd down and 4. Now here's Burton, the fullback. A pickup of 12 yards. Good for a Denver first down.
And the Broncos first down. 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line.
I actually like the call, Mike. I think when you have a fullback that's capable of impacting situations like this, it's a nice change-up from more what we're used to seeing throughout the rest of the league.
A run. Here's the fullback, Burton. And he'll try to use that size and push forward, but it will not work. They're going to get him down behind the line. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Second and 11. Right back to the fullback. The flag is down. It's a gain of a yard.
Illegal block in the back.
But let's check
Offense.
the call. A run with Dobbins. And they'll at least get that penalty yardage back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll set up a 3rd and 10. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. On 3rd down, It's Stidham. And this is going to be incomplete. That is a letdown there. Pass looked to be on target. No catch. And now fourth down.
It just seems like the offense gets in their own way, and whether it's a penalty or a drop or whatever the case may be, it's these self-inflicted wounds. They've got to stop if this unit ever wants to reach their full potential.
Oh, he missed it from short range. A bad miss. It's no good. And they are not able to add on to their big lead. Here comes the Washington offense now. They get set to take over. Daniels now on first down. That's out to Brown, right side, complete. After the catch, he gets that forward for a gain of
10
9.
yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and inches at the 30-yard line.
2nd and inches. The tight end Ertz in motion. On the handoff, McNichol. And he's going to fight forward. Didn't get a whole lot, but it's going to be enough to move the chains. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That, not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Line of scrimmage is the 31 as they line up 1st and 10. Throwing is Daniel. Throw over the middle, and they can't connect. It's incomplete.
Intended for Chris Moore.
Anytime you see a receiver at this level miss a ball that easy, it's just concentration. They just take it for granted. All of a sudden, they're thinking about what their next move is or what they're going to do after the catch. And instead of just focusing on first things first, secure the catch, put the ball away, then become a runner.
On the zone read, here's Daniels. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That, not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. To throw is Daniels. Oh, a short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. That's a pass you say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up 2nd down.
2nd and 10.
Unfortunately, Mike, over my career, I've been in this guy's shoes plenty of times, probably more than I wish to admit. You take your eyes off the ball. You think about becoming a runner before securing the catch, and when you do that, you end up watching the ball fall to the ground.
And he somehow manages to get back to the line of scrimmage before he's hustled out of bounds. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That, not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. A tough spot here. 3rd and long. Now Daniels. The ball comes out. And fortunately for the Commanders, one of their guys able to get back in there and retain possession. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. That, not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Going to leave the offense out there for 4th and long. They'll look to throw. And that ball intercepted by Pat Surtain. And the Broncos are going to take possession. They've got it at their own 42.
It makes sense to try to push the ball downfield, Mike, and go to the air when you find yourself trailing by this deficit. But it also makes you very predictable. You see the defense, they're in nickel personnel, extra defensive backs on the field. It gets that much harder to throw when the defense knows it's coming.
The Broncos offense getting those helmets back on, ready to head out for their next possession. They'll have very good starting field position as they set up past the 40. They send Sutton in motion. They'll try to run with their fullback. He'll struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe gets a yard out of that one. It's 2nd down. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That, not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. From the 44-yard line, here's 2nd and 8. Now it's Dobbins. And he'll get this ahead. Gain of about 4, and it leads to 3rd down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That, not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. It's 3rd and 4. Around a shotgun. Over in a flash, and he lost the football. And I think a Bronco player was able to get in there. He was. So Denver keeps possession of the football. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. That, not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game.
Jeremy
Broncos
Crawshaw
bringing out their punt
formation for the Broncos.
And that one not returnable, out of bounds right at the 20-yard line. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That, not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Right away, they'll set up to throw. Oh, ball's out. The Broncos have it. And he is going to bring this one back. They force the fumble, and it leads to a defensive score. And they will score again. This time, it's the defense. And, Greg, this just adds to what has been a one-sided affair from the start.
Yeah, and on a day where it just seems like nothing has gone their way, this fumble return for a touchdown kind of just adds injury to insult. There's days, Mike, where you just don't have your best and the other team has the upper hand, and I think it's pretty clear today is one of those days.
Will Lutz
for the
lining up
extra
for the
point.
point after.
He got it. And the Broncos stretch things out even further. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. So now after the touchdown, Luck's going to send this one away. Jackson now to return it. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive.
At their own 26-yard line.
After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Here's a run with McNichol. And they'll bring him down, but not until he gets to the 38-yard line. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. So, 1st and 10 here now at the 38. A shotgun snap. A loose football. And no turnover here. One of the guards able to get the football and get on it to keep possession. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Now here's a keeper on the zone read. He's going nowhere. Losing yardage on that play. Now following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Not fun here. 3rd and a lot. He'll look to throw. And that is incomplete.
Intended for Robbie Chosen.
I understand it's 3rd down, but the quarterback's trying to make a play, Mike. But if you're going to make a dangerous throw on 3rd down and you're going to force the ball into tight coverage, at least do it past the sticks. Try to pick up that 1st down and maintain possession. He tries to thread the needle. Ball falls incomplete, and now brings up 4th down.
Now or never, they'll throw on 4th down. The ball comes out. The Broncos have it. And he is going to bring this one back. It is a fumble recovery for a defensive touchdown. Here's Lutz now for the extra point. It's up and through. The Broncos will add one more onto their big lead. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. So now after the
Will
touchdown,
Lutz
Lutz
to kick
going to
off for
send
the
this one
Broncos.
away. Jackson now to return it. And he'll manage to get this back only to about
Washington
the 20-yard line.
over first and 10.
After that
At
play,
their
we have
own
one of the
20-yard
Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. On play action, he'll set up the throw. Oh, falls out. The Broncos have it. And now, following the turnover, we have an injured player on the field. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Now a run, and it's their fullback with the catch. A dive, and he's in. Down Denver. Greg in the end zone again. I'm running out of different ways to say touchdown. They're doing it so often here today.
Mike, some offensive play callers, once they get the lead, it's just milk the clock and let's get out with a win. But not this coach. He is trying to score every single time they possess the ball.
Will Lutz
for the
lining up
extra
for the
point.
point after.
He gets it to go, and the Broncos add on to their already sizable lead. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game.
Will
So now
Lutz
after the
to kick off
touchdown,
for the
Lutz going to
Broncos.
send this one away. Here comes a return from the 5. He'll get across the 20, mark him down at the 23-yard line. Throw here to begin the drive. And the throw left sideline caught. They rule incomplete. Couldn't keep the feet in. And it's second
Makes
down.
it second and 10 at the 23-yard line.
It's going to go down as an incompletion, but it wasn't from a lack of effort. I mean, he did everything in his power to try to get both feet in bounds. The pass just took him a little bit too close to the sideline, and he just wasn't able to save the play.
This one not quite on target. Too much. One falls incomplete. Traylon Burks, the intended receiver.
Covered by Patrick Surtain.
And third down coming up.
Just seems like another case of predetermining where the quarterback is going to go with the ball. He had a lot of good route options on that last concept. I think if he just remains a little bit more patient, read the play out, let it unfold, will lead to some easier and better completions.
Searching for some kind of seam to go forward. It's not there. They get him behind the line. Fourth down coming up. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. We're about ready now for the punt, as he's standing right around his own goal line. This fielded inside the 35. And he'll get forward a few yards on the return. And that's where the offense will take over. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. They'll begin with a zone read. Oh, he's just behind the line, and the ball is out. The Commanders come up with it. And he dribbles his way into the end zone. The fumble recovery. And a great return for the touchdown. And they have done it again. Greg, the rare game where you have 2 fumble returns for touchdown. The defense coming up with it one more time.
The best defenses, Mike, they understand that turnovers come in bunches. All of a sudden you get one, they kind of get contagious. In this case, we see it unfold. They get one earlier. They get another fumble return for a touchdown. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see him get a 3rd.
After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. So, following that touchdown, Moody is back out to kick it off. Jaleel McLaughlin now on the return. Nice job by the return team as he takes it across the 30-yard line.
Over 1st and 10.
Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. They'll run. This is their fullback getting the carry. A modest gain, maybe 2 yards. It's 2nd down. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. From the 34-yard line, here's 2nd and 7. Again, they'll try to power forward with their fullback. Trying to use that big body to go forward. Going to get to the line of scrimmage, but nothing after that. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Third and 6. Working out of the gun, here's Stidham. He's going to send it downfield looking for Ingram. He's got it! And they finally bring him down inside the 5, but he's not going to like what he sees when he turns around. There's a penalty flag down. Task now, a really tough one. 3rd and very long. Forced out wide. And they'll get maybe a yard out of that. Not nearly enough. It'll be 4th down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game.
Jeremy
Team out,
Crawshaw
ready to send this one away.
For the Broncos.
As the drive went in the wrong direction, he's on to punt it away. And he didn't give the Gunners a chance to get down there and make a play for him. It's into the end zone and a touchback. The Commanders' offense headed back to take over once more. On the ground, here's McNichol. Down at the 21, a gain of 1.
Tackle made at the 21-yard line. A gain of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 9.
It is 2nd and 9. He'll drop to throw.
Initially, Mike, a really good job by the defense. Nowhere to go with the ball for this quarterback. He's forced to pull it down and turn into a runner. A little slow reaction, and he's able to actually pick up a pretty good gain.
3rd down and 3. Back to throw. Oh, a loose football. The Broncos have it. And he is going to bring this one back. They force the fumble, and it leads to a defensive score. Here's Lutz now for the extra point. And do you believe this? Yeah, there's cause for concern over there. That is a 4th missed extra point in this game.
Will Lutz
So now after the touchdown, Lutz going to send this one away. This returnable from the 4. And he will get back to only about his 20-yard line. That's where the drive will start.
At their own 20-yard line.
The Commanders' offense ready to come back out for this next possession. He'll start this drive by keeping it himself. The ball comes out. And he is going to bring this one back. It is a fumble recovery for a defensive touchdown.
Will Lutz
for the
lining up
extra
for
point.
the point after.
And this is not going to have enough steam at all. It is short. No good. Don't think it was tipped. Just a bad kick. And they are unable to unlock the extra point.
Will Lutz
So now
to
after the
kick off for
touchdown,
the
Lutz
Broncos.
going to send this one away. Jackson now to return it. And he'll be taken
Washington
down right
takes over
at the
first and
29-yard
10
line.
at their own
The
29-yard
Commanders'
line.
offense about ready to take over once more. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. The pressure gets there, and down he goes back inside the 20-yard line. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game.
Go!
Off play action. The Broncos have it. And he is going to bring this one back. They force the fumble, and it leads to a defensive score. Oh, there's nothing better than when the defense scores a touchdown, except when a big man on the defense finds his way to the end zone.
Yeah, I think it's been a while since that guy had a ball in his hand, Mike, probably since his earlier days as a young kid. But, boy, he looked comfortable. What a return. What a play for him to be able to pick up that loose ball and bring it all the way back. And nothing brings life to a sideline like a defensive lineman touchdown.
Here's Lutz now for the extra point.
After.
The kick is good. The Broncos will open it up even further here in this fourth quarter. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. So now, after the touchdown, Lutz going to send this one away. Jackson now to return it. And he is stopped
Washington
at 25.
will take over
the drive
first and
will
10
begin there.
At their own
The
25-yard
Commanders'
line.
offense back onto the field for their next possession. From the 25, they'll go to work. First and 10. Now they'll set up to throw. Oh, a loose football. One of his teammates there to take it back in. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. turnover here. One of the guards able to get the football and get on it to keep possession. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. Moving left. Oh, the ball's out. It's picked up by one of his teammates. Now, after that near turnover, clock is stopped. We have an injured player. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. The Commanders about to send this one away. Fair catch called and taken right at the 30-yard line. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. On the bootleg, it's Stidham. Now he'll swing it out to his fullback. And he's not going to get too far. Tackled after a gain of just a yard.
Pickup. It's 2nd and 8 at the 30-yard line.
Ball on the 30 now. Here's 2nd and 8. He'll give it to Dobbins. And he's going to have a Broncos first down. He'll get this up past the 40-yard line. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. So they come to the line for first down and 10. Trying to use that big body to get the yardage, but he is stopped for no gain. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. A play fake. They'll throw with Stidham. A throw there on 2nd down. Going to be incomplete. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Third and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Stidham. And that is incomplete. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game.
Jeremy
And the Broncos
Crawshaw
bring out their
in punt
punter. They'll kick it
formation
away.
for the Broncos. The
Here comes
Commanders
the
take
Washington
over first
offense
and
now.
10
They get set to
at their
take
own
over.
20-yard line.
They go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10. And one play here for McNichols. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage at best. Might have even lost a yard there. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. Now here comes the screen to Rodriguez. And he can't get away. They rally to the football defensively. Bring him down for no gain.
Loss of a yard. Bringing up
We call them
3rd
safeties
and 12.
because they're usually the last line of defense, but not here. On this play, he's up there at the line of scrimmage attacking the offense, and he takes him down for a negative play.
On 3rd down, they'll set up to throw. And that is incomplete. But a flag is down
Personal
back
foul,
in the
roughing the passer,
backfield.
defense.
Did they hit the quarterback late? So it'll be 1st and 10. They'll scrimmage at the 33. Blitz coming. He'll throw it. Oh, and a short throw there, but it's going to end up incomplete. That's a pass he'll say he should have had. Instead, he does not, and it brings up 2nd down. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. A run here with Rodriguez. He finds a seam, a good run. Up past the 40. Let's give him 9 on that one. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Third and a yard. They'll try to sneak it here. And he will have the Commanders' 1st down. At least it appears that way. Didn't get it by much, but yes, they do get the conversion on 3rd and 1. The man in motion is Burks. They'll look to throw here on first down. And that's going to be incomplete, but a flag down in the backfield.
Holding.
That's the area we usually see holding. That one on the center, Tyler Biotish. Thrown quickly, it's Moore on the RPO.
The pass. Complete to Chris Moore. A gain of 3 brings up second down at the 37-yard line. Recovered by the Broncos.
The Broncos offense ready to take over once more. Well, the goal here is to run some time off the clock. The game is well in hand as they get back on offense for 1st and 10. And he'll work forward for about 3. It's 2nd down. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. Ball on the 28-yard line. Here's 2nd down and 7. He's taken down just shy of the 10. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. They can still get a 1st down at the 1. 1st and 10, they go from the 11. And he's brought down after a gain of a couple. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. An inside give here to the fullback on the dive. After that play, we have one of the Commanders who is down. That not a welcome development here late in a one-sided game. short. Here's Stidham. They set up the screen for Dobbins. And he will win the race to the pylon. He's in. Hey, Dobbins. Touchdown, Broncos. That his second touchdown tonight. We might need a calculator before this one is done. It has been one-sided, and the route rolls on, Greg.
Absolutely, Mike, and they just keep piling on the points. I mean, this offensive play caller, he's saying it's never enough. I'm going to try to score with every possession, and we've seen him do that all game long.
The kick by Lutz is good, and the Broncos are going to extend their lead. Now, following the play, we're going to get a stoppage. There's an injured Bronco.